Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, we are going to be working on Slashcore, my new fighting game that features like no buttons. It's not pre-recorded. I do that every time, and I press the buttons on my stream deck to make the transition happen when the music's about to end, and I do all that myself manually, and I get it wrong sometimes. You should always stick around early up for the stream, jump in early so that you can watch me fail on the rare occasions that I do. Okay, so we're working on Slashcore today because today there is a kind of play test opportunity. We've got a game dev meetup that I go to once every so often. It's every month on the second Tuesday. We do this meetup, and I'm wanting to see if I can get some player feedback, really early player feedback on Slashcore, because I don't really have 4 people who I live with, so it'd be good to get people to just tell me what they think about it, and thoughts about like where to take it as well, because I've got some options here and I don't really know where I want to take it. So okay, I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat already. We've got a few names here, and anyone who's lurking on YouTube, welcome. Big thanks also to Spiderball for the most recent follow, and Falson for the most recent subscription. Welcome. Okay, so what have I been doing since the last time I showed this off? I've been working on it, and where did my controller go? I'll be right back. Oh, it's here. It's okay, I got it. I cleaned it because I knew people would be holding it today. So I put some alcohol gel on it and gave it a wipe down. Okay, so right now I've got this like kind of like hot connection system so that I don't have to go to the player select screen every time I want to do this. But it still takes a little while to, there we go. So we've got our character, and I've been playing around a little bit with giving him like more jump height. I don't know, I just feel like you need to be able to jump like about that high, particularly if you're down here. Like one jump should take you comfortably up to there, right? That feels like it's what it should be. A full powered jump gets you that high. And what I'm a little concerned about is that the jump height and the jump distance, like how far you can go across, is maybe a little bit, how would I put it? It's a bit further than you would expect to go up. So like that feels really far, but this is not that high. So it's almost like I want to model the height, the like jump distance, to be factored down the more X it is. That's a weird thing to say, but I really think that's kind of what it needs. You probably shouldn't be able to get from one side of the stage to the other. Hey, Bomber Yes with the 105-day streak. Let's go. Pizza Hunters on day 5 of their new streak. Welcome back. So yeah, I think this game in particular has like some pretty picky little things about it that I'll need to get right in terms of game feel. Like it's not bad. You know, it's a lot here that's working. It's just the character size versus the character like influence is a little bit I don't know. I'm thinking like if it was Smash Brothers, the height of the character versus the size of the character, sorry, that like the jump height versus the size they can, the screen size of a character versus the jump height. Not even screen size, just the absolute size. That's like a specific thing. And there is this thing I talk about sometimes when I'm working on games where like the influence of a character, right? So how far they can jump plus attack versus their size. This is a really important thing because what you don't want, let's just say you had it at the extreme, small character, huge influence, but the attack size is maybe this big. Well, it's really easy to go past somebody then and not hit each other because you're so small. Mobile games for the touchscreen. Yeah, this game is going to be a mobile game. It's going to have a mobile port at least. So what you kind of want, I think, is something that's kind of like this size. So that like if someone's standing here, you could put the screen like that. And there's, you know, you're in the danger zone at this distance, at this size. And it's different depending on the genre as well. Like a platform fighter, you can pull out a little bit. But yeah, there's kind of like a something here that I feel like we are potentially at a size where for the mobility around the level to feel good, you want it to be smaller. But for the combat, you want it to be bigger, the distance that you can move in one jump. So I'm not sure where we leave that. Like the character being able to jump at least like 1, 2, 3 of their own body height feels pretty, you know, it feels like you'd expect that. But at the same time, their horizontal speed probably shouldn't be that far. It shouldn't allow them to move that far. So maybe there's like a drag. We increase the drag factor a little bit. The base drag factor is on the rigid body. Typical drag is 1.3. I mean, if we make it 1.5, maybe that will get me what I'm looking for here. I feel like one button would be repetitive. I mean, it's already a one button game. So like that, you can jump up that high, but as you go across, maybe you don't. Yeah, don't go quite as far. So you just increase the drag. That's not bad. You think it would be repetitive, but it's really not. And you can mix it up. The amount of buttons you have is not the thing that makes a game, you know, repetitive or not repetitive. It's the amount of strategies that you can employ. So, you know, we haven't got that much of a game yet. But what I'm really trying to say is the amount of buttons is, you wouldn't just add buttons for the sake of it. If the problem you're trying to solve is diversity, you have lots of options. So anyway, it actually has no buttons. It's really just the analog stick. So what I am working on right now is stamina. And we're going to treat this like a jam today, because I really don't have a lot of time before this playtest. So the way I'm thinking about the stamina is the idea where if you are in the air, you only get like 4 max jumps worth of jump power. And then you have to basically, if I try to jump now, I can't do anything. I'm sort of stuck. So maybe I'll let you like kind of do something very subtle, but you only get 4, and then you have to hit the ground again before you reset it. So we currently don't have like a ground collider, so I'll need to set that up, because right now you can hit the side wall and get your stamina back as well. Maybe it's not a big deal. Anyway, so the other thing I wanted to do was show off as you try to swing, show how much energy you're going to use, like here. So as I pull back, I want to show like that amount going down. Ashgon says, if you hear me, I have an idea. I only care that things happen, not who gets the credit. That's fine. It's not necessary. I mean, who knows if it's a good idea until you say it out loud. So, spend. So if I make this go down, this goes, that's perfect. A winding tube of water with pulling and pushing nodes. Winding tube of water. You must avoid the wall. Hold the direction and length to push the nearest limb against the wall to bounce away. This is like a new game, a different game altogether. That's cool. You should make it. Hey, Kenjimaru. Well, why not? So if the fill value goes down, then the spend value will be based on that. But I want that to be absolute size, which isn't going to work unless I make it sit here, but then I need to reposition it always to be at the end of the fill value. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Hey, Bilbo Spaggins, thank you so much for the sub. hey, or I'm going to try to read that name. Arn Aronson. Arn Aronson. Welcome. Hey, thank you so much. Zoranak says, I'm curious if people want the weapon to point in the direction of movement, not the direction of the controller. Well, this is for the player who's holding the controller, not for the person watching. So if I move my controller to do this, or like this, I want my player to do that, because when I flick, I know where this is going based on, if this was a rubber band, that's what I'm doing. So I'm just showing the on-screen character doing what I'm doing. It's not for someone watching to interpret what it means. It's for me to see what I'm doing. And I have tried it flipped, but it doesn't even work hypothetically, because like it's the character throwing themselves forward. So as you pull back, if the character looks forward, then they just sort of go in the direction. They're not actually going to throw themselves in the direction. Make sense? Like the elasticity of the analog stick bouncing back is that's the whole thing of the game. Okay, so this is going to be hard. I think it does need to go on this and then be pivot on the right. Yeah. You got to trust me on this one. And this is what the testing's for, you know. There's not really any point making suggestions at this level. Okay, so that is the fill, but it's not based on what it needs to be. It's based on the whole amount. So it needs to be this normalized value out of it's like there's a energy cost here, right? Here. And on life, that should probably be here. And this can be public. And then fling. Here we could say life dot max energy cost. We could do float max cost equals, and then simplify it. So then we can say back over here, normal out of, it's the drag vector dot magnitude out of that times that. Out of like max energy. Need to refresh. See ya, Ashcon. Okay. So now when we pull, that's what I want. Yeah, that's perfect. So I can see how much I'm spending before I spend it. And you can do little jumps. Okay. So what's next? I think I want for that to always go back to set spend else. Set spend 0. No, I don't think we'll do it today. Sorry. Just because I'm trying to rush to get the game ready for something. I've only got a few hours today. Sorry about that. Next stream though, we'll do it next stream, if that's okay. And maybe it shouldn't replenish like fully. Maybe it should like slowly go up. Not sure. Okay. Well, I just got to make my best. Do my best here. Why is this game being made? This game is being made for a few reasons. Mostly as a side game to avoid burnout. And I want to see if I can push it onto the Switch as a way to like test. So I don't have like Insignia on Switch would be a big deal, I think, but I want to start porting things there a little bit sooner. I also just like kind of just looking for a bit of a win. Like I just want to release something and have people play it and enjoy doing that process in a short amount of time. I'm spending 1 day a week on it. Mostly because I can, you know, that's really what it is. All right, so spend minimum attacks, reset when grounded, done. Needs some limitation on how many attacks you can do in the air, done. Implement game flow, player select, battle, match results. Show damage. We don't have damage right now, but I can show it. What happened there? Do you subscribe to the whole just make it exist? Yes. Are the people who are working on Insignia still working on it? Yes. Everyone's still working on the game. However, currently the team's contracts are kind of, their current cycle is wrapping up. So we have fewer team meetings because everyone's mostly just wrapping up the work that they have been doing. Morgan, the composer, is still on it. She is just sick this week. Morgan, animator, is doing work this week. Luca, designer, is doing work. And Elias, the sound designer, is on hold a little bit while I prepare some more sound effects for him to produce. But they're all still on it, yeah. For sure. What is going on here? The director? Me? How am I going? I'm okay. A little stressed today. Keep it PG. Did I say something? Did I use a curse word? Sometimes I do. Keep it PG, please. Everyone asks, how is Adam? And everyone asks, why is Adam? Are you able to keep on your project if they pick up other work for other projects? Yeah, nobody's like majorly committed to other things. If they were, I've asked them to let me know. Like if there's something else that they're concerned about, that they want to put energy into, I've asked if they could let me know. So yeah, they're okay. So, with an image called portrait. And then this is using Unity engine.ui. Public energy bar, public. Okay, and then public int player ID, and then public player connected. No, it's game player. What is this naming in brackets? I am a Java fanboy when it comes to syntax and just general structure. I prefer it much more. I just think it makes more sense than in C#. I don't like doing this. Why waste a line? You know what I mean? And Unity already capitalizes the function names. So I might as well do it the same. So what I'm looking for here is they are expensive for sure. Yeah, if you have like a longer thing and you're doing this every single one of these, that's 3, 4, 5. That's 5 lines that I just lost to just like one bracket. It is what it is. I really like it. I think it's very aesthetic. I don't like the .NET standard. I like the Java standard. And I know that that's non-standard, and that's okay. All right, so we need a player at some point for this HUD, and then that's going to give us the character from there. So like public character is going to be character. No, that's not it. Okay, so when we spawn a character, we spawn a character into the level, and then we say action camera subjects.add, characters.add. So this is list of characters in the level, and characters have a reference to their game player. So we just need to do a reference to for a player HUD, we just need a reference to a character, and that will get us the rest. And the way I see it, these should also be, it's kind of awkward because there's 2 ways around it. There's either you pick the controller and then you find the character based on the controller, or you go back the other way. This thing, it displays characters' properties, so it should have a character. But then who assigns the character? I guess we could go to battle manager. Well, we need some sort of HUD manager at that point, don't we? Nah, lists are amazing. I think you're overthinking an error owner. If you're thinking from like a memory management perspective, it's you don't have enough game dev experience. Yeah, don't worry about it. If you make games, you'll understand that lists are okay. Lists only create garbage collection if you're adding to them and removing them, or clearing them and changing what's inside of them. But if you don't know how many objects the list or the data container needs, lists are a very efficient way to do it. And you're talking about like individual like cycles, right, of time that is spent clearing the memory or whatever. But in a game like this, where we have like 4 characters, this is O of 4. You know what I mean? It's not like n cubed with like thousands of objects. This is like a game with 4 characters. So it's not really relevant to think that way. Anyway, focus mode. I can't see chat. Alrighty. So let's get the energy bar, and then this is going to be health display, which we don't have yet. So health display gets a health display. And then where did stock icons come from? I don't think we need this. Although it's kind of nice to have stocks. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. But let's just, we don't need this right now. Thanks, Arya. that was very prudent of you. So that gets that, and then this gets that, and then we need a HUD manager. So we've got the UI canvas, which we could just call UI, and then this gets a UI. How do we want to do this? This would be like, I guess, a singleton that just lives in, yeah. So we'll call this like HUD. Maybe HUDs. Or maybe it is just UI. And then we got the black bars, which have, you know, potentially like that. We'll have 4 of them. So it'll just be a list of them. And we'll just make them, I guess we could do like a group, canvas group, and then we could alpha them away when we don't want them. So they'll always be 4, but we'll just hide the ones we don't want. Okay, so then here, we probably need like a HUD manager, which has access to the 4 HUDs and is expected to exist as a singleton by the game manager when we load into the level. So we have, cover your eyes, a public list of player HUDs. And then we will have a function called public void register player HUD, and then we'll assign a character and then a HUD index, and then we just say player HUDs at HUD index equals set character C. And then we'll be able to do that kind of stuff there as well. But for now, we could just say life equals actually that should character dot we actually should be able to do this from character. We need access to the player has a character class, so it's character.player.characterClass.portrait. Now, we could make it that character has a character class, public character class. My class. Not that. It's a bit annoying that player I guess that's fine. It's fine. That'll do. Okay. So that sets that up. And then we could do like public canvas group. And then we could say canvas group.alpha equals 1. And then that's that. All right, can I bring chat back? We're back. Okay. Yeah, lists, the backing structure of a list is an array. And adding to a list just adds an array with like 1.5 times the size on top if it exceeds the array length. Anyway, as far as I know, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So the UI is going to have HUDs, and then we're going to have 4 of them. So let's just, for now, just like, I guess we'll go player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. So player 2 is going to be on the right side at 0, 0, 0. I'll number them like this. One, index them for my brain, and then drag this one down to like there, and then this one is basically like that. Okay, so then we go 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, cool. So it's probably worth probably are at the point where we should start using prefabs, but for now I'll just tolerate it. The only thing I missed was this. Cool. So then on game manager, or actually it's the battle manager, or let's go back up to here to player HUD. So there'll be a public player HUD, not player HUD, HUD manager, public HUD manager instance. And it's always instance equals this. There's only ever going to be one. So then we can say, assuming that this happens on awake, we're okay. And then on battle manager, as we spawn players, which happens on start, then we can say HUD manager dot instance dot register player HUD with the ID of the player, and this is player dot get ID, which should be like that. So if I do this and I assign my character, controller's turned off. All right, everybody, come on, let's play nice now. Hey, it auto connected. Perfect. Great. So let's just like put some generic sky color over here. I'll put a graphic there at some point. Actually, I've got a graphic, so let's just do that. Mock-up. But this might not work very well. Okay. So if we take all of that away and then bring this back one by one. Just whatever. So file, save as, background, and then just go mock-up background. Okay, and then I think we can just delete everything else that's not being used right now, and then that's fine for what we need to use it for. And somehow we have two of these. Okay, that's just going to sit there on 0, 0, 0. But why is it? Oh, it's bottom anchored. Cool. And then the level geometry, we could just take all of that and make this dark. Take this and make it -1. And then the last three, make them sort of semi-transparent. Now, the problem here is that this frame needs to be kind of like attached to, well, since we're going to be parallaxing, I'm not even sure what we do. I think we just don't use it. Maybe we just need like a big set of level stuff. Hey, Rickon Marfatia. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. What's this game going to be? It's going to be a one-button fighter with just the analog stick as the button. You just flick around. How is Hot Reload? Really good. I use it on this PC. It's like insanely useful because it's fast enough to just do what I need to do kind of like all the time. Okay, so the challenge here is, let's just say I do like some empty background. So it's like it's a sprite, renderer, and it's square. So this needs to be like that big, unless it's going to parallax with the level. Oh, that's what I'll need. I'll need like the parallax by depth script that I use in Insignia. Scripts, show in Explorer. Parallax by depth comes in. Does it work? Yep. Except it doesn't have engine.cam. So that'll do. Okay. So let's bring that mock-up back in. And then, not that one. And then parallax by depth. 99. Make sure that the camera clipping plane actually exceeds that, which it does. And then, I mean, that might just be enough. No. But it's not just parallaxing, it's also the zoom. So like, we might need for this to be, do you know what? I could just pick something from Insignia. I just pick any background. Local multiplayer, at least. Like, literally what I was just working on the other day. I could just bring that in. They can fight here if they want. There we go. Okay, cool. So if I make this like 30, I think it needs, the challenge here is that the subject is like the level in this context. I've never actually done parallaxing without like the main player character. Is it moving at all? It is moving a little bit. So what if we make it like 10? It should move a lot more then. And I mean, we could change the subject to be like the character that's in this level right now. And that might make it move a lot more. No. Barely anything. Oh, because the camera clipping plane is going from like negative 10 to 100, not 1000. So actually it was working perfectly. At like 50 it would be fine. There we go. Cool. Okay. That's a good start. Okay. So let's keep going. I can't even read what you guys are saying anyway, so it's all good. I mean, I'm not reading it. I could read it, but I'm not. So, character classes. Archer, Barbarian, Portrait, Samurai. Okay, so we've got... We probably could actually just do the different characters. So... Let's do it. I'm ready. So right now they all have the same character. If I go to character here, what I would want to do basically is say, copy paste this, call this Samurai. And then I suppose we could give the Samurai the class, but it doesn't matter. So that's Samurai, and the only thing that makes him Samurai right now is just the sprites, which is fine. And then we can do like Barbarian, and then we would change her sprite to make this work. So her sprite is literally, do we have Barbarian? Yes. And then her weapon needs to be axe, which we don't have yet. So let's go look for sword. File, save as, axe. And then go to the mockup. And then that is the axe. But I think I already have it. There we go. So actually, I just delete this to show that. But I think it should be bigger. Like that. You can't not have that. That's got to be like that then. So her sprite is that, and then sword is actually axe. You should say weapon. And the axe needs to be on the left pivot. There we go. So now we have, when we go to class, we go to Barbarian, we can put Barbarian in that spot. Which is that. And then Samurai gets that. So now let's go back to the player select screen. And then we don't really have a way to select your character yet, and that's pretty beyond where we are. So for now, maybe we would just make player one always the samurai and player 2 always the barbarian. So what I don't have right now is a barbarian portrait. I mean, a samurai portrait. So maybe we'll just do one really quickly. Okay. I'll try to be brief about this one. Okay. We're back. So see us, what kid? Benjamin Stark. Kind of. Uncle Benjamin? Is that you? Good enough for now. Why you say that? Says who? Okay. Alrighty. So now we can go to this and say portrait is samurai. Portrait. Okay. And then we could just fill this with, this is like barbarian portrait, and this is samurai portrait. How am I going to do this? How tall is this supposed to be? 80. That doesn't look like the size of this. But I guess it must be. Those pixels look too tall. It's only 69 pixels tall. How did that happen? Oh, because it's clipping it. Why do that to me? How do I stop this from happening? I guess for now we could just do like a black background. I don't really want to do that though. I'm not happy with this. How do I stop? I guess what I could do is just do this. Export that, and then use the exported versions. So then it becomes that, and then this becomes that. Perfect. All right. There's got to be a better way to do this though. The empty sprite, I know that it doesn't clip it in the game. I'm sure. It doesn't matter. Okay, so the idea here is that if I connect my controller, that's who I am. then I press start. And then what I want to do is spawn the barbarian and have her portrait be here. So when we go to battle manager, yeah, just a short break. Just 1 day a week. Ads. Okay, so in the battle manager, when we spawn, we are getting c.prefab and c equals character class. Oh, that's perfect then. Okay, well, why didn't that happen then? Because we didn't put a character class on this. So when we go to we are in player select menu. The player manager right now assigns them all character classes 0. But we would say, like, we've got this character classes list, have we? Where is that? A public list inside of the player manager, which is here. We've got 4 classes. So if, for example, I just swap that and then apply it, this should still work. And we get the barbarian. Hooray. That's good. So then can we do that? Should still work. And we are almost there, but something happened here. I mean, fill value is technically there. Spend value is there. For some reason, oh, it's being shown, but it's not rendering correctly. It's like technically invisible. I don't actually know how to fix that. Like, it's literally there. So then why isn't it there? I don't know. It's not a sprite, so it doesn't have a Z value. It's just an image. But it's gone there. Like, if I start pulling this and I pause it, you can see here it's low, dark green, light green, nothing. What even is that? Oh, it's technically behind. Is that even a thing? What the heck? How is that possible? Is it a camera clipping plane issue? Its position on the Z-axis is 1. If I make it 0, it's visible. Okay. Then if we go to camera, I mean, that shouldn't make a difference at all. -10 to 100. The UI is at, wait, the UI is at 90? Oh, okay, that's weird. Plane distance is 100. Plane distance can be 0, and then that, I think that just fixes it. Okay, so it's literally just this thing. And then we can make this 0 anyway. And that's going to affect all of them, but whatever, same difference. So it was that the UI was being drawn at layer 100, which is just outside of the clipping plane for the camera. I wonder if this background's like a little bit too distracting. Okay, so let's have a look at this HUD one more time. The portrait needs to be from the bottom, position 0. This is 0 point, this is just 0 there, and then that is there, and then we push it up to about there. Let's make it 18, 17. That's what it needs to be. Okay, now I think it's probably time to take these back. Delete them, go here, go prefabs, UI prefabs, player HUD 1, but this one's called player HUD. Okay. Okay, so it's 1, it's 2, it's 3, it's 4. And I think that's all we have to do. Okay, but then they're also not in the right spot. So 3 needs to go down here. -90. And then 2 needs to go at 0, 0. And then this one needs to go 0, 0, -90. Okay, and then I press the button and then I get that. Sweet. Cool. So I need another controller. Be right back. Alrighty. Second controller coming in. And this should just auto go to Samurai, hopefully. Actually, it might not because, well, it might. Hey. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, the shaking works on hit. I haven't tested that yet, but I wrote that in this morning. Wait, what? Oh, this one here. Yeah. I'm gonna fix it. Wait, okay, that's you. It's still too much. Cool. So if we go to player select and then we fire that up and then we run that, why does Samurai not get his portrait? Cool. All right. So this picture here, HUD 2, it is his, right? If I do this, that's hers. If I do this, it is his. So it's correct. But we need his portrait to be the actual portrait. So the portrait is this one, which is this one, but it has nothing assigned to it. So why does that happen? Battle manager. Spawn character. Register player HUD. And the HUD index is the player.getID. Debug.log. Okay. So 0, 1, spawning player 2, spawning player barbarian, spawning player 0, spawning player archer. That's not right. And then these are wrong. So let's go player HUD. Hello. So what happened here? Assign joystick Sony DualSense player 0. Assign joystick. So it's got to be instead, if we go to the game manager has a players array with 2 players. So I think it should be the player manager it should have an array of players. Yeah. So it should be the index that the player is in the list. So it's not player ID, it's player index. So first we do that. Oh gosh. Hang on a second. So that might work. Nope. Player 0, spawning player archer. Ah, that's because I put archer here. Yay. And then we want these to be flipped. Except for the text. Okay, sweet. I'm not sure yet if there will be. Okay. And then I'll do here a vertical layout group. And then I will do middle center. And if I take this away, not that. If I take one of these away, it should center. And then this should not do that. And then I screwed up. What the hell just happened? Oh, I see. Cool. Sweet. So now they go on the side. There's only two. Okay, we have a game. Pick a character, start the game, and you're in. No, he killed himself. Okay. All right, now we need damage and we need rounds. We've got damage, but we need the damage to be displayed. Okay. Well, we don't have special moves yet. This is like, we're way too early in the game for that. I'm just trying to make a video game that has, you know, functional, where you can play it. That's literally it. It doesn't even have like mechanics yet. It's just like the game starts, you can do things in the game. The game ends when you beat the other player. Then we can start thinking about the flavor that makes the game, you know, fun or, you know, has variety, etc. So in the HUD, we've got health display, which has a text there and a HUD there, and that's all we need. So 0, 0. We can go player select. You go. And then we've got it. So So 20 damage is the highest I think you can have in terms of it increasing your knockback. Or maybe not. Is the camera, do you think, is it moving around too much? Or is it all right? I wonder if maybe the parallax is giving it too much, if it's like too awkward. Oof, get wrecked. Okay, what I can do is put double emphasis on the camera transform. And also like, I don't like this. That's better. And then, how about that? I feel like the camera also needs to not go off the edge. And I want the northern blast zone to be a bit higher off. So there needs to be like a camera box or something like that is like the furthest the camera will go. So maybe like camera bounds, and then box collider 2D that's a trigger only and is on some sort of like no collide layer. Let's call it UI. And then we'll make it like there, assuming that the blast zone is there. Perfect. So a bit shorter. So now action camera bounds, public yep. Now the target pos we're using half of the camera height. So camera position can't get within half its size of the bounds edge. That's right. Yep. 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 Just do that. That sounds good. I'm not sure why it goes the other way though. See how like it goes off like that? I mean, the clamping is still pretty much right. I think it's taking the number of subjects and then it's adding them and dividing by how many. How do we do that? Get subject bounds. So take all the subjects, divide them by how many positions there are. For each transforming subjects, add, divide. But hang on a second. No, we're just expanding the bounds by how many. Yes, but we don't want to include subjects who have where the game object is. So if t.gameObject is not active in hierarchy, then just skip it. Not sure why it's doing that. Pseudocode is always a good idea. It's kind of going out the wrong way. Oh, because the side edge is too close. The camera bounds are actually too close. It needs to be more like that. But hang on a second. The camera position... Oh, because it's zooming out. But it also can't... Oh, I see. I see. Yes. So... maybe the half was too aggressive. Maybe a quarter is better. Also considering this edge in there. So it would be some, oh man. The camera is not really what we're thinking of here when we talk about the camera. It's this rectangle here, which does not include this black space. It should be okay. If I just go player select now, queue up 2 players, and then so like 1. Yeah, I mean, she fell off the blast zone pretty quickly. It's not bad. I need to clamp in deeper than that. Wait, I just did. Yeah, that's a third. So yeah, that's good. It's a bit unceremonious, but I mean, we've got Smash Brothers right now. You just need that blast zones and the camera bounds. It's really allowing that to go a lot higher than it probably should. Pretty good to me. That's pretty stable. It's actually not even one button. It's literally just the direction. You flick to move the character. So literally okay. So I just realized a silly mistake that I made. All of the character prefabs will need to be updated as I do the classes. So anything that's like consistent across them all, like the fact that they are going to have a ground collider to determine if they can reset, for example, their thing, Younger siblings will cry even more about off-brand controllers. Why is that? Because they have bad analog sticks. Maybe. I want this to be playable on like 4 Joy-Cons. That's the Galaxy Brain version. And I was thinking of adding shield on click in. So you can block if you click in. Or A. Can Joy-Cons click in? They do have it. Can Joy-Cons analog sticks click in? They have L and R3. Okay, cool. All right, I'll be right back. Taking a quick break. Bidding, we're back. Okay. So, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? I got my characters. They should really be the opposite of that, shouldn't they? They should really start dark and go bright. But that's not part of the game. That's just whatever. That's just me testing something. I think we should do like a couple more levels and do a level select really quickly. So it's 3:30. I got like 2 hours. What do I do in this game in the next 2 hours? Let's have a look at the... What have I got? Show damage. That's done. Game flow. It's not for a jam. It's just like I am jamming it, if that makes sense. I don't want to spend too long on this project, but I'm going to an event tonight where people can play test games, and I want people to play test this one so I can figure out what to do with it next. I like the concept. I just don't know like where to take it, or at least I want people's feedback before I take it, or I think I'm going to take it. So let's go to game prototype. Like there's so much of it that I like, but I don't want to like put too much effort polishing it until I'm pretty comfortable with what it is I'm making. I mean, what if this is like... Nah, it's too small. It needs to be big like this one. Okay. On-hit effects for sure would make it prettier. We could skin it. I don't think it needs to look pretty right now though. So what have we got? We've got level geo with a bunch of stuff here. We've got the action camera. We've got the UI. So let's go make some prefabs out of this stuff. I think that's about all I need to do right now. So the level geo is always going to be something like this. The battle manager is always going to be local. It's not even split screen. It's just local. Hey, Tanner the Hammer. Tammer the Hammer? Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Yo, yo. I'll just do like another one. Level. This is like Battlefield. And then this one is Final Destination. And in Final Destination, do nothing. In Final Destination, it's going to look like this, and it's going to have no platforms. That's a pretty cool idea. Yeah, one hit, one just like single effects. Okay, and then so I can just go like this and then go like this and go like this. I just wish it would not, like she doesn't even have this character that got added doesn't even have like a, like, who is she? Who even owns her? How did it even make her? If I click, I get Barbarian. If I click again, I get both Barbarian and... No matter what I do. Unless I go through player select first. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Final Destination's where we're going next. Add to build index. Go. And then go. And then start. And then we're good. Get out of here. All right. I mean, it plays. The game plays. So the next thing I want to do is, what do I want to do? I want to do maybe like stocks. So not stocks, but rounds. So when what I'm going to do is, it's going to be like best of 5 stocks. Rather than you have 3 stocks each. So similar to how they do it in like Boomerang Fu or Towerfall or all those little like 1 life games. Similar to that, but 1 match is a set number of stocks in 1 level. You don't just swap the level every time. So I don't have a round indicator right now, but I do need to do that. So game manager, we have match. If you spam the stick back and forth, eventually you won't be able to hit them because they'll get knocked too far away. Also, it's hard to keep yourself in the same spot when you do that. And you'll do less damage. It's like hitting the jab button in Smash Brothers over and over again. Okay, player select menu, game instance match equals new match, and then load the scene. Okay, so let's go battle manager, death. Okay, I mean the deaths work. So now all I need to do is, if there's only 1 character remaining, so right now it auto respawns the player. So when I go to level respawn, this spawns, but battle manager, that spawns all the players, but respawn happens when the level chooses to respawn the character when spawn character gets called, and the blast zone is the one that respawns the character. So that shouldn't happen. All right. I guess what we could do is go to like a you don't want to go to like a results screen, but you want to go to like a reset screen. Like the characters get like put back in like their starting positions. All right, so I need to make, before we do any of this, I need to go to the level and then to the UI. And then I mean, I can show you what happens, sure. But you want Final Destination specifically. Oops. So you want to know what happens if I do this. Usually they get knocked away too far. You can do it if you're really quick, but it takes a lot of precision to be in a position where you can do that. So it's like hitting them knocks them away, right? So you can do maybe 2 or 3. Like it's very hard to get into that spot where you're over them in the first place. You can do it. The better call is the one where you do this. Like spamming the button up. It costs energy to do it though. What do you mean by it? Well, like you can't get hit while you're in hit stop, and you get put in more hit stop the more damage you've taken. So you can't just be hit infinitely because your stun is going to go up and eventually they're going to lose their timing. Like it's too hard. Also, there's like a vertical aspect to the hit stop, to the hit stun, to the knockback. So like as I'm doing this, she's getting pushed up as well. Yeah, it's not something worth like, I know I know it's like, what's the word? It's exciting to think about. Oh, you mean like, can I just do this and not get hit? I suppose you could do that. If I just do this, but you need to let go in order for the flick to register. So doing this does not do damage. You haven't attacked. You're just charging and attacking lots of different directions, but you haven't done anything. You have to physically let go of the stick. So to do that with your thumb is like almost impossible. And it's not... You could do that, I suppose. So yeah, I suppose it's possible, but we can solve that a little bit later. Do you know what I would do? I'd make it so that you don't instantly get your energy back. It has to charge back over like a little bit of time. So, yeah, right now, like we're not at the point where we need to balance because we're still validating the concept. So if tonight I get there and people are like pulling off crazy stuff that I don't want them to do, we'll balance that stuff out. But what you're trying to do is preemptively solve problems that we don't really have yet because there's no player base. So I'm more just thinking about, again, the game more broadly, like how does the rules work? Do you know what I mean? How does the game play? Not how does it feel or is it balanced? I get it. So, round. HUD. Round counter. Okay, so this is a empty game object, which is a horizontal layout group. No. Create empty round counter. Now, in most of these games, there's kind of actually two ways they do this. It's usually like one way, really. If it's best of three, or best first, usually it's first to, let's say like 3. And what they'll do is they'll have like 1, 2, 3, 4 times 3. So this is every character in the game. So this is like, you know, character A, character B, character C, character D. As you win a round, your thing fills up. So you can be on 2 wins and then somebody else wins and then somebody else wins 2 and then this person wins 3 and then that's game over. And that's what you see. I was thinking you would do it. I guess the problem is with more than 2 players, you can't do best of X. If it's best of 5 and there's 4 players, you could do like, you know, A wins, B wins, C wins, A wins, B wins, and now it's a tie because A and B both have 2 each and C has 1. So that's no good. So you literally do have to do first 2. In Smash Brothers, they literally do like final, what do they call it? Sudden death and all that kind of stuff. We don't really want to do that. All I want to do, the way I see it is, it's like you do a bunch of 1 stock games. So every player has 1 stock. Whoever survives gets a 1 point. So I think we have to do it this way. Stick fight the game.
instead.
All right, I'm out. Good luck, boys. Somebody get that one. I want to see what that does.
Oh God, I jumped off.
Oh shit!
Aiming
Michael,
is very
Michael,
hard.
Michael. Oh fuck!
Oh!
Stop! Yes! What? You somehow killed yourself.
How?
Nick?
Hmm.
Oh fuck!
Shield.
I keep forgetting that's a thing.
Whoa!
All right, I died instantly.
Stop! 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 Stop!
Oh, what?
Woo!
Oh, did you get
I
me
don't
some?
know.
Cool. So, I think we do need to do the round counter with per player. So like player points. And then this becomes vertical. It's a vertical layout group of player points. And each of these is an image. And this is horizontal. And this is like 32 by 32 or something. Let's say it's barbarian. This is left. What the heck? Middle left. That's what I want. So it'll be, the width of this is based on its parent. And then these need to be rect transforms. Okay. So the round counter is going to be, let's go that wide. So maybe 200 by 100. Perfect. And then I don't know why that looks like that. Yucky. And then I guess you would have up to, let's say 10 maximum. And then they would all be dark like that, or even just transparent. I don't know what just happened. And then spacing would be like 10, and then these would all be native size, and then the spacing would be more like 6. And then this is going like that, and like that, with this at 0, and that like that. And then this is going to also be like there, with this like that, and then like that, and then that like that. And then the round counter is that, and so this layout group needs to be like this, with that there and that like that. So then this is also as big as it possibly can be, like that. This is one player though, so it's not like that. It's more like this, with a width of what is it? It's like that, I guess. So it's that, with a height of like 32. and a right of 0. And then we could go vertical, layout group, middle center. Don't control that. I hate that it does that. Force child expand width. Okay. So then we can't fit with 6. We can't fit 10 points, but we can fit 10 points like that. Spacing of 0. I guess that's what we have to do then. And then that's 4 players. So if we make them 24, and then just push this down to there, we could do 4 players, 10 points each. The other way to do this would be not to use their portraits for every single one. So you could do just dots next to their, like crowns maybe. Let's do a crown. Or their weapon. Yeah, we'll do a crown. So it's like 16 by 16. It's good to me. That was easy. And then we'll color it their color. Well, I was thinking of doing that, but if there's up to potentially 40 levels, it's too hard. You know what I mean? Like originally, if it was 1v1, I think you could do it. If it's 1v1 best of 7, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And you could do like, yeah, portrait A, B, A, B, 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 or whatever. And that's it. The problem is that once you have 4 players, you can't track based on best of. You have to track based on first 2. And then this potential timeline becomes number of players times number of possible games. Well, times the number of games you need to win. So now it's 12 things on the timeline. And if it's first to 10, it's 40. So how am I going to show a timeline of 40 wins? I guess that would be like a separate thing that you scroll through, maybe. Okay. Okay. So now we can do, these are all native size. And then this is just going to be whatever. This is a layout element. What is it? Don't do that, but then do this. 6. Oh, that's great. That is fine, basically. So if we make it like 4 pixels, then we could put this like that, and then put this at like 30. And then that's it. Now, the only thing we want to do, not an online play test, but I'm going to go to an event in like an hour where people will play this game. Okay, so the win record's width should be based on the size of, this should all be based on how many of the player points I want. So if I take this away, I want this to be centered. I think, like based on how many it should take to win. So like this, the width of this should be I think it's, is it layout element? How does it work? I never remember how it works. How to... Content size fitter, that's what it's called. Perfect. Okay, and then this also gets a content size fitter. Or maybe it gets a horizontal layout group as well, and a content size fitter. There you go. Cool. So as I add these, it'll expand out that way. Cool. This could be like 8. Okay. So now we just take this and we add like as many as we need to for all the different characters playing. This could be like, you know, wherever. Something like that. Okay, so then as we add these, they expand out, but they won't expand like that. They'll be a set amount based on how many wins you need. Cool, that's great. I mean, couldn't ask for an easier menu. So then now I just need a script. Actually, I probably have more width thinking about it because I don't need it to be, oops, round counter. Why did you go that way? The worst thing about Unity is this goddamn thing. You could keep them there. Maybe I'll make the rounds like while that happens, but technically you won't need the bars here to be visible while I show the score. Hypothetically. So, a player win record. Let's script that up. So, player score. Probably should just call that player score, huh? I suppose they can react to winning and losing still. It's like Mario Party. Whatever. Okay, so player score. Dude, yeah, I'm really concerned about how this works in the game, in the Unity editor. So, player score. This is whatever, image. So we have a thing called player score. Where did it go? Player score, which goes at the top. And then public list of using Unity engine.ui. List of image wins. Grounds. So we've got rounds to win. So at the start, rounds to win. Okay, and then this, we need a player, public player, and then we would say okay, so we would need to ask the match. Something like that. So int score equals match dot get score of my character, my player, and then for each crowns dot color equals white or gray. And there should be a player color, maybe, at some point. This is C# on here. So like, maybe like player 1 is red all the time. So then I would make the crown red. But for now it's white or gray. Hey, Faulty. Wow. They're actually still working on it. That's amazing. That's great to hear. They ground up, rewrote Leonardo, but it's so good already. That's perfectionism for sure. Oh well, if it's good, it's good. For sure. So, match, get score, player, rounds to win. That's perfect. That's just literally all we have to do. So we have a list of crowns and we have a player and then we just get the score. Okay. So this has a list of crowns. It's locked, which means we can grab this, grab that, and just drag it straight in. Cool. And then we have a score counter. Which needs, I guess we have it either in the UI HUD manager or just a separate thing called score counter. Let's do it there. Score counter. Not counter. Shouldn't be called that, should it? Oh well, it's there now. Okay, score counter has a let's think about how we want to do this. This is the 4 players. So it's really just a public list of player score, player scores, and then not for a jam, just a personal project that I want to test. I thought it would take me maybe like a month to build, and I'm doing it 1 day per week. So I get 20 weeks to build it. Today is a day where I get to go to a meetup group, and I want for them to play test it. So this is like day 4 of working on it. And yeah, we have like the game, and I'm just doing like scoring and matches. So player score dot player equals, and then this. Actually, we don't need to do this. I think we should be able to infer this based on we do need an int ID, public int player ID. Whoop. What the hell? But it's not player ID, it's like player index. And this is a public integer. So actually, we just need to set, we could do it manually even, and it'll work. Player score, player index 0. And then over here, that's why I screwed up. Remove that. That's your score. Okay, so I literally just say like, this is 1, this is 1, 2, 3, just like that. Rollback netcode. You set crown's color for every frame. This is just the first round of prototyping. I can make it smart later. It's not really worth caring about right now. Later on, I'll have some function that says set the score now, and it'll be animated and it'll do all this stuff. But for now, I just want for it to be accurate as I'm working on it. So yes, I agree it's expensive, but it's not really going to be shipped like that, so it's fine. And even if it was, it's a few sprites. It's not a big deal. Okay. So player scores 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So then they already know which player they're supposed to represent. So what they need to do is check to see if that player like exists. It might be better to assign them. So I'll call this needs to be changed to match score counter. Too complicated otherwise. Dive kick. Yeah, that's what I know what you're talking about. So, match score counter. So we have a list of player scores, and then there'll be some button called like public void initialize, and then we literally go through and say sure, that'll work. In which case, we actually don't even need this index. But we do need to know who our player is. And that's literally all this does. Yeah, we could do that, sure. Okay. So then I need something that tells, so the HUD manager will have a public match score counter. Cool, match score counter. And then when we register the player HUD, that's registering a character to the player HUD. So then on battle HUD, that's to spawn all the players, right, at the start of the game? Okay, in which case it's here. Perfect. Good. I feel so confident as a developer these days for making this sized game. Like, I just know what I'm doing pretty much the whole time. I'm not concerned about it breaking. I'm just making it. So, we could do this, and then we could do this. Probably won't connect straight away. I need to turn it off and turn it back on again. Okay. And then what did we get wrong here? Match score counter dot initialize. Do we actually add this ever? Match equals new match. I think we need to do this. Because I'm not instantiating it with the constructor. Like, even that would have tripped me up a few years ago. Okay. So still not working just yet. What's going on here? So health display, that's probably not it. Energy bar, not a big deal. Spend value, not a big deal. Health display, not a big deal. Transform local scale, spend value. Those are all fine, actually. That's got nothing to do with what we're doing right now. So let's go have a look and see if we can diagnose the actual score counter. So there it is. And then all of these are off. Okay. Score counter. Okay, so is in match. So what are we doing? Instance players count is in match is I for each what? Hang on a second. No. Okay. Oh, yep. We never actually set the players, I don't think. Kicking character. So, when we do this, we say Yes, that's what I want to do. But I'm surprised. I guess we really should be setting up this match in the game manager. Now we don't need to do this or that. Man, Copilot's autocomplete suggestions are so fast. Just doing what I just did then saves me from like Control D, forward, backspace, backspace. That was just so good. All right, for each player in player manager.players, character class is character class, match players or add player, and do that. Okay. Yep. Let's try it. Like vibe coding, I'm not all about, but this kind of, the autocomplete stuff is just amazing. Sweet. Okay. So we have 2 characters. That's great. And I'm not adding the score yet. So they're both just like that. Okay. And then player score. I guess I have like public image. Character image. So when we set this up, character image dot sprite dot base sprite. And then a project of this size compiles so quickly. There it is. 2 characters. I just need the crown to show up there. So, the battle manager. The blast zone, when the character dies, it's here. How does movement work? No, it's controller. But it will be click and drag to essentially create like a virtual on-screen mouse finger drag. So click, drag, and release. If you're working on PC, but it's not for PC. At least it's not right now. It's specifically designed for gamepad. No, not Jump King. Like Angry Birds. Like click, drag, release. Like my game Arrowbound, if you've played that on Android. Jump King is like you hold the button down and you press left and right and it does like it sort of just has this internal trajectory based on how long you press the button for. So it's like the parabola, the ballistic arc goes like as the longer you hold the button down. And once you start, you can't see the trajectory and you can't like change it once you've started. You just commit fully to the jump. Okay. So current round dot winner is that. It's not that. It's, I mean, it should be the other player. So like It should really be if there's only one player left. So, hello.
Hey, I'm letting you know something's wrong with the window.
Okay. Be right back. Okay, we're back. All right. So, remaining players is an important one. It's like a stamina bar. So you get like 3 or 4 full attacks, and the less you flick, the less stamina you spend. All right. I don't want to do that. Cool. So then, this coroutine is no good. Okay, that's good. So now, when I knock you off, that should have added a crown. On match complete.invoke. why that didn't work. And then we need to set how many rounds are going to be in this fight. So when we go to player select menu, and then we say set up match, we haven't got any way of knowing. Int rounds to win equals, let's call it like 10. Let's call it, no, not 10. Let's call it like 4, 5. Am I going to hit my target? I mean, we're almost there. It probably won't do exactly what I want it to do, but I mean, it's playable. There you go, 5 crowns, perfect. And then we should, yay, we get a crown. Ho, 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 ho. So good. Okay, so then the only problem with this is that there's no transitions yet. So I can't say like, I mean, I could add the schedule system. But I haven't decided how I want the game to move or anything like that. So, I mean, I don't even know how long I should make the score be revealed for. All of that queuing of stuff, I'll have to pull that in from Insignia, the schedule system. So, okay, we should commit this. Add scoring. All right. So we still don't have like a way of, I guess I want to show the score for like, we'll do a co-routine where we show the score for like 3 seconds and then we spawn the people back in. So blast zone, life die. So then, match has a thing called on match complete. Public unity event dot on round complete. Whoops. It was right the first time. Okay, so then game manager, battle manager. I pay for it. Okay, so when we start, we want to say game manager dot instance dot match dot on round complete. Yes. Okay, so then on round complete, we want to show the score counter for 3 seconds and start the next round. Yep. I think this automatically sets them to true anyway, because they get called respawn. So we don't need this, and we don't need that. But I don't mind the velocity thing. Do I not already do that? It's a good idea there. Silent gameplay today. I'm not doing mouth sounds today. That's really good. Okay. I don't think so. Okay, well, we got the match counter. That's going to work now. I probably should make it so that the characters can't interact while the match is on, but that's okay too. So, 1 player, 2 player, start. You get knocked out. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Oh. Oh, he's gonna win. Hooray. Okay. Okay. So the first thing we want to do is go to the battlefield level where the UI is, take the score counter and turn it off, assuming that there's nothing we need to do on start. Okay. So we go player select, start, go, go. Okay. Okay. And then that's the problem there, is that the round start happens before we respawn everybody. So they're just already dead. So round... The battle manager... Yeah, literally. We spawn the character. Hang on. I have... So their position needs to be... Respawn character true, I think. Because they need to be spawned on the level. Perfect. Well, you can't fall at the same time. But we can see what happens. I think it is random between a couple of slots, yeah. Yeah, I guess it just knows what it's doing for now. somehow the confluence of parameters means that it doesn't break. That's all we need to know. Hey, Justin Halliday, thanks for the sub. Welcome. All right, so on match end, that's what we need to worry about. On match complete. So we don't have a match complete scene yet, but I'm not even sure if I don't know if we need one right now. I think we probably should show on Battle Manager, show score counter and start next round. We should probably do the round complete and then do match complete. So we always do on round complete. Like here on match complete, we should just do like on round complete. Which is start coroutine. So we should start that coroutine. But this should be and start show score counter and continue to player select. Yeah, just so that we get something, because right now we don't have any kind of victory screen at all. So I think we're done. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We win. And nothing happens. Because we didn't set up the scene. Yeah. No, it does. It does handle it, right? Look. It doesn't like give us a free point. Whoever hits the blast zone first loses. Oh. That was interesting. So if you're on 4... Okay, now we need to think about it again. So I'll go to 4 and then I'll win as her. Oops. Okay, I'll go to 3 and then I'll win as... I'll go to 2 and then I'll win as her. Yeah, I think that death... But then, actually, this was a pretty good test because he was alive when... Oh, let's have a quick look. Yeah, he becomes inactive immediately. So you can't get points. Yeah, that's okay. It's allowed to be none. Okay, let's make it 3. Oh, am I just stopping early? I think I'm just stopping early. Yeah, it is. Yeah. That's it there. Okay. So for... Okay, and the other test, which is she gets to win 1. Yay, I did it right. Yeah. So what's nice about the premature death thing is there has to be one person left in order for the round to end. So if I die now, there's 0 people left. So it doesn't end an additional round because there wasn't one person left. So 0 people left does not accidentally start a new round end event. So we don't have choosable characters yet, which is fine. But it's only 2 player. We need to add a couple players for it to be 4 player. So I'll quickly add 2 more characters. Oh gosh. How am I going to do that? All right, here we go. You ready? Watch this. Wait, there already is night.asprite. Amazing. It's so easy. He should have a sword. But that's not really the sword that I was hoping for. This is katana. And then this is sword. So sword is going to be I thought I had drawn this already. Not really. What do I use to open files? Oh, this thing? This is called everything. Cool. Do I have portraits for Throneless? Because I have a knight in that. Oh shit. Yeah, there will be bots eventually. He's a little too big, I think, this guy. But, I mean... I'm leaving soon. This is a great portrait. I miss Throneless. Maybe we'll bring it back someday. I did some good work on that. There we go. A knight. Thank you, Road Sprite. And then if I do this, nope. We are now in the submission hour of the gen, correct? Okay. I need a third controller. I'll be right back. need a dongle. I have too many, oh god. Too many USB ports and not enough. Too many USB devices and not enough ports for them. Alright. So this. Oh god. Hello? I don't know what just happened. No, like I like bumped the off switch. Sorry. I like had my hand on it and I accidentally pushed it. It wouldn't be me if this wasn't happening. Oh god. Did I even... Okay, we got the night portrait in at least. Did I press /core or insignia? I don't even know what I pressed just now. /core, okay. Jesus. Is the YouTube... I can't show you that. We still running over there on YouTube? Yes, it is inspired by Super Smash Brothers. Okay, we're still here. All right, all right, all right. Close you. Run this. Okay. Player 1, are you ready? Player 2, are you ready? Player 3. Are you ready? Okay. Look at that. Gorgeous. Wait, but he doesn't have a sprite yet. Okay, couple things. One, the UI needs to put player 1 HUD in front of player that, like that, just like that. Game player. Select, and then the knight needs to have, oh, the knight, this guy. Wait, he does have the sprite of the knight. What the heck? Wait a second. But the knight, this guy needs that guy. There we go. So, you're in, player 1. You're in, player 2. You're in, player 3. Go. Get him. We did it. We did it, Reddit. Technically works is the best kind of works. Okay, and then instead of Final Destination, we're going to play Battlefield. Go. I'm a little confused about how player 1, how they're not in the order that I selected them in. That's the only other thing that's a bit weird. Like player 3 is up here Oh, I think I might just have them flipped, maybe. Let's have a look. Battlefield UI left. Player 3 is there. I just need to swap them. Okay, that's fine. Right. So player... oh, God. Oh, I see. This needs to reverse the order. It's a vertical layout group. Reverse arrangement. And then this one here, also reverse arrangement. Yes. This is player 3. Player 3 gets 1 crown. Hooray. I'm playing with my left hand right now. Hooray! Go back to title. Yes! Okay, last thing. Just because it's fun. Okay, and then on these tokens, do they not have a script on them at all? What is the thing that's making this happen? Play select menu? No? I think it can't be the player manager. Can't do that. Whatever. Yay. Okay, now we have the game. It's done. Version 1. Oh no, we need player 4. God. I need one more player. Sugar. Who was it? Okay. Mock up. I could do this on the way. Oh, it's Arrowbound. It's Archer. Do I have a thing? Oh, get over there. Called Archer. Archer. I do. Okay, so we need Knight. Copy it. Paste it. Call it Archer. And I have a portrait for Apollo, so we'll be fine. So Archer gets his sprite is Archer, and then his weapon is bow, which file. Come on. It looks so bad. No, actually, that was perfect. Okay, good. And then no, it doesn't look quite right. No. That will have to do. Okay, and then Archer portrait is Apollo portrait. Barbarian portrait file, save as. Oh my gosh. Too much coloring here. What's going on, buddy? Come on, Adam, you put too much into this one. That'll do. Okay. And then you. What the hell? Whatever. Cool. Okay. We're done. hopefully players. Ah, but I need a fourth controller. One sec. Oh crap, I need another USB. I need another cable. It's all right, I got one. Okay, this guy goes in here. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Poetry. Oh wait. I needed to do one more thing. Archer here needs Archer there. 1, 2, 3, 4, go. We did it. I made it. I made Smash Brothers. Archer's hitbox is misleading. No, he's about right. His feet are a little short, but he's otherwise fine. It does follow the others, but they're all the same size, really. Okay. No, it's their bodies. The bodies do the hitting. The weapons don't do anything. Okay. Can I add a tag to this? Push it. We're done. Thanks, everyone. I gotta go. I'll see you all Thursday. No stream tomorrow, but I'll be working on Insignia the rest of the week. I'll let you know how it goes. Cool. See ya. Wishlist Insignia on Steam. Bye-bye.